Yep, that's part of the reason why, to be a little more European friendly when I can too. For me, it's coming up on 1 p.m. Oh, nice. Hope you enjoyed. Hey, Slides, welcome in. Hey, Buxty. Happy New Year. Something new I'm going to try in this run is if I don't end up getting enough kills in the tutorial dungeon to hit level 2, I'm just not going to bother farming extra fights for level 2, because I did some testing last night and it doesn't really seem to make much of a difference. Hey, Bureau Noob, hey, UF. Happy New Year, everybody. Hey, Alpha Battler, thanks for the luck. Hey, get cooked. Sort of. Said this a couple times last year or two, but one of my goals to start doing these, well, for me, daytime streams roughly once a month. It's not something I can commit to doing like constantly, because there's quite a few weekends where I have other plans on Sunday in like the late morning, early afternoon. Starting stream early isn't really gonna work. But today I had really nothing else going on, so it works perfectly. If I leave the tutorial dungeon not level 2 yet, I should probably step on the healing tile though. Any business in this fight. Nice. Gold is pretty much exclusively because of skipping the level 2 grind, but it doesn't have any negative consequences in the Catfish segment. Shouldn't though. Let's see. Some issues getting through this room again. Better make it. Not a huge deal though. Hey, Haku Zero. Ew. Here. Only bought 11 boomerangs, so if all 3 eagle fights are doubles, then I'm less. Hey, accident, yeah. Bit of a pseudo New Year's resolution to try to do roughly 1 daytime stream a month. Especially if I'm running a game like this that has a big fan base in Europe. Started 2023's treating me well. Oh, wait. Maybe. Robotrek's a pretty cool run and a pretty cool game, although I didn't play it as a kid, so I don't really have nostalgia for it, but maybe someday. If I die to the catfish, I'll probably reset. Oh, the animation for picking up stuff. I can kind of see that. My gold, basically. I hadn't gotten blocked off by the eagle outside the save room would gold for sure. Hey, Shadow Killer, happy 2023. Yeah, Alexa, big agree there. I really like how different characters have different tones for their text drawing out. It's a pretty clever and low budget way to add a little more flavor to cutscenes in an older game like this, where you can't actually have like super expressive sprites or voice acting or stuff like that. Anyone hasn't seen this run before, the reason I'm opening the menu on the overworld is to use overworld random encounters. still something I want to do a little bit of testing on, is just see, like, if especially in the early parts of the game, if there's any stretches of overworld movement where I'm just always guaranteed to run away before enemies attack. Kind of test if just going for it and then running from any fights I get is faster than using the menu trick. There is a number of steps you're guaranteed to get after opening the menu before you have any chance whatsoever of getting an encounter, although I'm blanking on what the number is, if it's 4, like 6, or 8. I know it's a single-digit number. Either 4 or 6 sounds right. Yeah, that also sounds about right, too, that formula for running away success is based on relative agility. It's a fairly common thing in RPGs like this. I feel like more often than not, it's either based on agility or whatever the speed stat is called in the game, or levels. Like in Dragon Quest games, I know it's often if it matters at all, it's relative level. You know, there's some games where there's just flat run rates. Change. Hey, Wild Sunflowers, Adriel, bye. Still gonna take these extra fights to try to get level 8 Tia. Extra money to spend on boomerangs for Kangaroo fight. Probably gonna be the absolute last safety strat I'm going to give up to. I probably won't give up that until my goal is actually sub 4 hours. Being level 8 makes a somewhat significant difference against Regal Goblin. Safety. Oh, that's interesting. Actually, yeah, I didn't know that status of party members makes a difference. Kind of neat that it does, though. A little more quote-unquote realism. Always keep forgetting to do the finish the block first, though. Hey, Onshiwa, happy days. Really do this first before going into the teleporter at all. If that happens. That's it, happy news. Has like 1 HP left. Fight that horse. Oh really? If your whole party... Okay. I'm guessing that's probably not... That's probably just some kind of oversight in how the math for the formula works than anything else. Maybe an underflow or something. With kind of a slow fight with those bugs and in the basement too. I didn't really need to kill those because of I hit level 8 before even getting to the kobold room. Like the bugs are probably worth a lot of XP though. So far it's looking like the not bother grinding to level 2 in the tutorial cave strat is a go-to, because I haven't had any real issues yet, and I mean, missing a few gold from not doing that's pretty inconsequential at this point. I was already able to afford 11 boomerangs and it's under 10 anyway. Have to sell any potions. Tile just to save like what 2 steps of movement or so in the save room. But actually, actually now that I think about it, I could have just skipped that completely because I healed in the menu before escaping from the basement. So all I actually needed was MP. Yeah, leveled ups are random, so in a unmanipulated run like this, that does sometimes matter, especially in the really early parts of the game. Like if you get really bad HP and defense growth, that can make the Catfish fight very, very difficult to win. Side of the stairs. Okay, so there's, I guess, waiting, kind of like Dragon Quest, where the way your stats grow is kind of weighted by how good or bad you are relative to your level. You can manipulate literally everything in this game if you want to. Hey, Zemmel. Like, if in a manipulated run, this fight would be very, very different. Because you would have the Catfish jewel, because you'd have manipulated that from the big Catfish. You'd manipulate putting Regal Goblin to sleep and then never waking up. And you'd use the Catfish jewel's IP ability to do a lot more damage than these boomerangs are. Yeah, it's a little sad that that's really the only kind of real exploit like that, but it's a fun one for sure. I'm not getting good luck with the sleeps landing, but I am getting decently lucky with what the Goblin is doing. Please don't kill Tia, though. I feel like how consistently Maxim can outspeed the Goblin mages is random here based on how his agility growth was from his level ups. It always feels pretty inconsistent from run to run. Not bad. Obviously that was much slower than my goal because of because I never actually put it to sleep, but for a no sleep fight I think that was pretty good. Really should stop doing this, but I feel like it this run. That's spending about, what, 30 to 40 seconds or so to, in particular, get an item that sells for 1,000 gold. Helps a lot with the next fight. And yeah, like Shadow Killer alluded to, you do not actually have to pick up the key that was your whole story reason for going into that cave. The plot trigger for being able to open that door is to have defeated Regal Goblin. You don't actually have to have gotten the key to the door. Hey, Ashen. Skimp a little bit on high potions to boomerang. That is a perk of doing that detour after Regal Goblin 2 is getting an extra high potion. Saves 100 gold here. And the high magic I picked up is going to be safety for Hades 2's tower. Maxim is my only healer, and running out of MP is very possible if things go badly. Hey, referee! Welcome, welcome. It's for a couple of required fights in Tanbell's South Tower. There's some monsters that are weak to light element, which is what Flash is, and then I'll eventually need it for the clowns as well. Danielle, the orange clown, is weak against Flash. Hey Jenna, happy news. Hey Voldemort, happy news to you. Like these imp enemies here are weak against Flash. It's also nice that the animation for Flash is very fast compared to Spark, the only other attack spell TA has at this point. Done my party formation change when I was menu canceling on the overworld. I will say about this tower is that it's pretty hard to get rusty at the movement and puzzles, given that you have to do almost all of them twice every run through. Into the side of the door there to manipulate that scorpions. Any kind of clever enemy dodges in the run. You have enemies where their movement isn't random. Hey Griffrey, yep. I bet that hurts, especially after Vegas was doing Iris percent yesterday. Getting people's hopes up, but nope, it's just a key. Hey, RPG Chick, Happy New Year's to you. Yeah. It was funny. Hey, Faith was out. Camu safety save. Even though because of the early start, I can very, very much afford to reset if needed. I just don't really feel like it today. Hey Voltas, thanks a lot. Definitely needed, especially on this fight. Personally, I think this guy is worse than Tarantula as far as just how slowly it can go if you get really unlucky. Pretty high damage rolls. It's like 35 or so, you can get away without it. Do single heal this time. Yeah, Tarantula is much harder casually, though, I'd say. Because if you don't, if you pretty much if you don't have the fire dagger, you are just not doing real damage at all to Tarantula. That's less of an issue with Camo. I feel like almost every Camu fight I have, he spams something. Like, you can spam Buster Attack, you can spam Call Companions. In this case, he spammed Sleep Stinger. Called Companions once, so I didn't use a lot of boomerangs. Hey, Actical, good luck. Happy New Year to you as well, good sir. With how that fight played out, getting the safety items after Regal Goblin didn't really help that much. The scenario where it helps the most is if he calls a lot of companions, because then I need more boomerangs to kill them with. If he does Buster attack a lot, I might need to use extra high potions. But if he puts me to sleep a lot, that kind of wastes my time, but doesn't really consume resources very much because the awake potions are very cheap. Yeah, hopefully strong bed. Against the splits I'm running against, I want to say I've got about 4-ish minutes to save by Gades 2. It goes really well, which it hasn't been so far, but I feel like I could save maybe 2 of those minutes or so if the next 45 go pretty well. And I have 3 minutes to save on Venge Ghost. I had a really, really bad run-in with a teleporting wizard in the dungeon that caused a lot of problems in my PB. Hey, Hughes! Happy 2023 to you, good sir. So, like I mentioned a bit ago, in order to actually do real damage to Tarantula, you need to have the fire dagger from this dungeon to kind of combine Guy's height and strength with Tarantula's weakness to fire. So even though this is about a 2.5 minute detour, it is very, very well worth it in a manipulated speedrun. I mean, I don't even honestly know if the manipulated run skips this either. Because if you skip this, you'd also be missing out on the Pearl Brace, which is a very, very nice piece of armor as far as status protections for later parts of the run. If I'm going to safety save before Tarantula, I should probably skip those tiles, but I guess I can just skip the tiles in the save room before Tarantula too. Not that much. So much easier if Maxim and friends would think to open these chests before leaving after beating Camu, though. Hey, Tin. Hopefully. Not really having like a super amazing start to the run so far, but it's definitely good enough for me to be on the table. Hope first day of the year is treating you alright? Even though it kind of feels like leaving the town to through the left or right exit is faster, it's actually not. I tested it out. It's literally the exact same number of steps. And if you go left or right, it's more turning. So you could try to fight these in here to try to get a B-Rock drop, but I've never actually had that work out for me in a run, so I'm just skipping it for now. Actually shoot that skeleton through the door like that. Some of my really early runs I had a lot of trouble getting past that skeleton with the key. Alright, so for my questing for Glory run, I'll probably use the Pearl Brace strat for Tarantula for safety, but for this run we'll do the mini shield strat. Lets me do this at the expense of Tia not having paralysis resistance. I think just the Fire Dragon's Mountain, I think, is the only other dungeon in the game that has lava in it. A little obnoxious when Tarantula summons mini spiders when I'm doing IP with Gaia, because then it pushes the Tarantula into the back row and reduces the damage, so I lost like, I don't know, like 150 damage or so because of that. After Spiderweb, the main thing I don't want to see is Maxim getting paralyzed. Doesn't buff his agility. Well, there are indicators, but they're very subtle, and they don't get updated if the road changes too. It's like if you look closely enough, you can kind of see the vertical axis that the enemies are on. You can see 2 rows to it, but when bosses summon help, it doesn't update it. Try to remember to call attention to that the next time it matters. Guy can handle being at 100 health. Okay, well, not like an amazing tarantula fight, but something like really bad happened at least. He healed twice, and I only got one IP attack off with Guy, and it was nerfed a little bit by the little spider. Yeah, even though a lot of people have bad memories of that boss from their casual playthroughs, I mean, I think Camu is worse in a speedrun as far as stuff that he can do that the fight rougher. Buying some extra spells. Dungeon. I've experimented with a few times is getting the Gale spell for Tia and Tanbell and skipping getting Droplet here. Because the goons that Camu summons are weak against ice, which is what Gale is. And Gale works against Pierre as well, but I still need to time what the animation speed difference is, because I know Gale's a little bit slower than Droplet. Yeah. I mean, especially in these earlier parts of the run, I'm being a bit more aggressive with how many steps I take in between menu cancels. Because usually, like in the first hour or so of the run, if I get an overworld encounter, I'm going to be able to run away before getting attacked. There's some parts later where if I get an overworld encounter, I could game over. So, in those cases, I'll be a lot more conservative. Getting introduced to the magical lady salon. This party member. Noticed that line for the first time too. I wish you all the luck in the world. That's a little generous. When you have new party members join you in this game, there's no level averaging or anything. They just join at a fixed level. That's more or less what the what your party is intended to be at this point in the story. So that translates into new characters being a little over leveled compared to the rest. Platform earlier real well. Get the drop on those enemies that have all been patiently hiding behind those pillars for so long. It's a pretty trolly room normally, because if you just run down the center like you normally would think to, pretty much every set of pillars has some kind of really fast-moving enemy behind it that ambushes you. Treasure here that I did not know existed until doing my first speedrun. And this puzzle, which I know is a lot of people got stuck pretty long on this. Even though there's pretty nice hint tiles in all of the puzzle rooms to tell you what the goal and mechanics of the puzzle are, this one doesn't tell you that lining up the blocks diagonally counts. Something really cool this game lets you do that isn't in most other RPGs like this is selective multi-targeting. You don't have, if you want to multi-target, you can do 2 or 3 characters instead of all of them. Doing that here makes it so that I can keep up a lot more on healing than if I was healing Guy as well. Little fun thing about even though these fights are happening at the same time, if you have a capsule monster, the capsule monster gets to participate in both fights. Kind of funny. Last turn, they should rest. Should would have killed him last turn. No, the capsule monster is the same Ninja Gaiden 2 Shadow Clone's power as Resting Theory. Yeah, I was pretty happy to see that they scheduled it for European friendly time, given how this game is a really nice fan base in Europe. So yeah. Yeah, my bot just linked the Questing for Glory schedule. Yeah, my run's gonna be at about noon Eastern time or 6 p.m. Europe time. Yeah, still got a ways to go as far as practice and stuff, but definitely gonna be a good time. Hey, Dinkbucks. Happy New Year to you. Also, I intentionally didn't heal after the clowns, too, just because the next quote-unquote boss I actually lose to intentionally, so I want to have, especially on Guy, have lower health going in. So if I get good luck, I can lose in one turn. Intentionally didn't do the menu cancel there because you can get cores on that island, which are the Lufia equivalent of metal slimes. That was literally the tile I was hitting the menu button on. Wisp enemies are pretty fast. I don't believe so, actually. I know you could, in theory, manipulate cores. But when you can manipulate bosses to give you really good patterns, I guess just getting some extra levels from cores wouldn't really help. I want to say no cores are the highest XP monster in the whole game. As far as where no cores live outside the ancient cave, I actually don't know, though. Because all cores are overworld encounters, there aren't any in dungeons. Particular puzzle room is actually different, censored compared to the Japanese version. Practice this one. Let him get the scorpion out of my way. That's a pretty stinky time race. It's probably like the Tan Bell Tower one, where just bonking into the side of the door will take care of it. Do gold dragons exist outside of the cave? Because I know there's like maybe like 8 or so monsters that are cave only. Like I know archfiends are cave only. Yeah, that puzzle room is censored. In the Japanese version, the puzzle involves pushing blocks to form a cross, and since they didn't like crosses in 90s Nintendo games, they completely changed that puzzle to be a Simon Says puzzle instead. Got a slight gold despite that rough encounter with the scorpion. If you're disappointed at not getting to hear very much of the Sinistral boss theme, don't worry, we'll be hearing a lot more of that later. Yeah, well, yeah, I guess I do owe some of that gold to getting a first turn Destructo wave too, and Guy's health being low enough that it completely wiped me. There were maybe about 3 or so other puzzle rooms that they changed from the Japanese version for reasons I'm not quite as sure of. Like, I think the orange and red color block puzzle in the Treasure Sword Shrine, I think, is different in Japanese. And also, if anyone's curious, yes, it is possible to defeat Gordovan Gades. Good luck actually doing so at the levels you'd normally be at without some very specific preparations, though, but it is possible, and you get a Gades Blade if you win. If you do retry mode, which is this game's equivalent of New Game Plus, it's actually not that bad, though, because in retry mode you get quadruple experience and money from every fight. You get over-leveled pretty fast. Yeah, same, Kenny. Yeah, it does have a fairly interesting character arc as far as kind of the stereotypical childhood friend character that's in most RPGs. A little bit of a shame she just completely disappears about a third way through the game, though, but it does make her eventual reappearance during the ending a little more poignant. Be selling the Witch Ring here because Salon still has it equipped, but that matters. That ring after all to afford. Well, actually, I'm good at. I didn't use a lot of big boomers on Camus, so we're fine there. But yeah, I just lost about 1,000 gold because I sold the Gladius. Shouldn't really matter long term though because of how my Camus fight played out. Hey, Earth Trigger, thanks a lot. Bother getting the high magic because I already have one. I basically just, because of the movement pattern I got there, I just ate the risk of a surprise attack there. In like a marathon run, if that ends up happening, what I should probably do is just go into the menu and move or switch yeah, to the back row or the front row. I mean, so that if I do get a surprise attack, then a little less danger of her getting beaten up. If it's not a surprise attack, I can just switch rows before doing my attacks. Hey, I am Nick. Happy New Year's. Well, we're getting introduced to the best character in the game, by the way, Dakar. Opportunity to plug Questing for Glory, which is an online RPG marathon I'm going to be running this for in a couple weeks. My run is actually the next to last run of the marathon, so it's going to be on February 5th, roughly noon Eastern Time, 6 p.m. European Time. Pretty happy that they scheduled it for a European-friendly time slot, given how game has a pretty sizable fan base there. Being one of the few Super Nintendo RPGs that actually got released in PAL regions. I do wish they'd use Dakar's theme for these cutscenes instead of the castle theme, though. Time loss and Cave Bridge is probably has much more to do with the shopping in Frederick's Village than anything else. Old oopsie with selling the Gladius back. Sadly, I'm not going to be able to watch the real finale of the marathon because I haven't actually played Valkyrie Elysium yet. My list, though. Sub 410's my current goal. I'm enjoying running this game enough that I could definitely see wanting to go for sub 4 eventually, but that's going to require both some riskier strats and a lot more willingness to reset over bad early games than I currently have. Goblin there. next series of fights is, even though it's just two regular mob fights back to back, at the levels I'm at, they're actually fairly dangerous. The second one especially. Because of that, even though I could win this fight in one turn, I take a second turn, where I only kill 3 of them instead of 4, just to give myself some time to heal before the trolls. I think it's very, very safe too. It's just make sure I'm as close to max as I can. Okay, it's not really like amazingly fast, but didn't die at least. One thing we don't want to see is the trolls to triple team somebody, because I think any of my 3 characters will die to getting hit 3 times same turn by a troll. Yeah, trolls gave me a good pattern. Mummies, not so much. 5 Tia. Yep. I like how that puzzle is kind of more about Dakar than actually being a puzzle. So our next dungeon is going to be basically a bro adventure. And Salon are both leaving, and then it's just Maxim, Dakar, and Guy. Which has the unfortunate side effect of meaning that Maxim is my only quote-unquote mage. I picked up a a high magic potion earlier just for safety for this part, because if I take a lot of damage and have to do a lot of healing, running out of MP is very possible. I think that high magic gives me a bit of extra in case I need it. Hey Scala, Happy New Year's to you too. Marathon run, I would definitely grab a safety save before entering the tower too. My way out of the castle. Need to be a little more careful in this room because of this pattern being possible. If you kind of stagger your steps like that a bit, that makes it a lot easier to react to teleporting enemies. Yeah, that particular plot device I've always kind of thought of as the Lufia equivalent of Cecil trying to kick out Rosa and Rydia before the final dungeon, where if they actually followed through with that, you'd certainly be way, way worse off. Yeah, there was one in the front and two in the back, and this fight here, there's one in the front and one in the back row. Like Shadow Killer mentioned earlier, if it's the same enemy, it's a lot easier to recognize the row differences. And you kind of notice how the one on the left is taking less damage from my attacks too. It's because of being in the back row. I believe magic is not affected by row in this game. The physical attacks, and although items that do damage count as physical attacks, I believe. Well, I guess the I believe part was for all of them, because like boomerangs definitely do. I guess I'm a little less sure about stuff like ice and fireballs. Before going into this room. Like here, the two snails are in the front row and the frog is in the back. But you really don't want to see these cases where you have like one snail in the front row and then three in the back. The snails have enough health and defense that in a case like that, they're usually going to survive the turn if you're only taking back row boomerang damage. Miracle's another safety I'll be almost certainly cutting out after my next PB. Miracles are this game's equivalent of elixirs, but they also work on dead characters. Very, very nice for safety. Getting this ring is coming up because it's pretty particular. Well, if by this puzzle you mean this one here, yes, this is very, very annoyingly random. Because it could literally it could be over in 2 move cycles if the skeleton decides to teleport in front of the switch and then walk into it, but that one dragged on a little bit. I only took the MP tile. Yeah, the clues for the statue slashing puzzle are spread out through the towers, so if you don't write them down and forget, then you have to do a bunch of backtracking. Fight music time. Go for Destructive Wave too, because I need Maxim to get his IP topped off periodically to be able to keep doing this. Hey, Cup Noodles, have news. Ideally, I want Dakar to have full IP coming out of this fight for later boss. We have plenty of time to work on that. I mean, that was a bit my fault because I never actually healed Dakar until it was too late. They basically can only heal 2 characters per turn just to guarantee that Maxim can survive anything Gades does. And Dakar is a lot more tankier than Guy is. Yeah, I think this is literally the first time Dakar has ever died in any of my run attempts. It's oriented for some reason. Probably because I'm thinking too much about IP management for Dakar now. I just have to kind of hope that, barring, I guess, just getting extra dungeon encounters and stuff, that guy gets a bunch of IP off the lions. Say farewell to Tia until the end of the game. Yeah, Kalantaris, definitely. Especially if you didn't play the first game, Lufia 1, where you already know that Maxim and Salon get married eventually. This will be a bit more of a surprise. And the reason why you would know that too going in is that this game is a prequel to Lufia 1. It takes place about 100 years in the past. I like how they have unique sprites for Maxim and Salon for the scene too. Yeah, agreed. Not something you see very often, that's for sure. This music you get very, very, very well acquainted with if you try to solve the world's most difficult trick. The hardest puzzle in the game, although it's optional. Well, Camus is a Sinistral flunky too, but he's way less important in the story. And I mean, if you ask me, I think Idura has a bit more threatening of a presence than Ammon does. Because Idura does stuff like kidnap your kid and kidnap all the women in a town and supposedly kill one of your party members at one point too. Yeah, and you do actually fight Idura in the mid-game too. Because it's always felt a little missing to me that you don't ever have a fight with Ammon before the end game. Like, in the Divine Shrine after Artie's, I keep forgetting who she is, if she's his sister or mother or something, sacrifices herself. Oops. Well, to really watch what the enemies are before fleeing. That would be a perfect opportunity to have a fight with Ammon, but you don't. He just leaves, and then you leave. To have what I call the Super Mario Brothers 3 puzzle. I've still been too lazy to try to figure out what the optimal solution is as far as minimizing the number of moves I need to do. That's an interesting theory. Paying attention to how much IP Salon has, but she hasn't died yet, so I think I should be fine. I do want to have IP going into the Idura fights, that if Idura summons goons, she can kill them before they attack. B-Rock, along with the other equipment Salon has on, makes her faster than Idura, which is pretty important as far as shifting the fight dynamics in my favor. That there's a horsey under the lore text. Hey, Gianos, I actually do not have a subscriber button by choice. I prefer to keep streaming purely as a hobby. Definitely appreciate the thought, though. Well, I didn't get any unwanted fights in the tower, so if I don't have like a really bad Idura fight, then I'll probably be in some time here. This is where if he spams call companions, though, it gets a little scary, though. Because if one of those goons actually attacks, it can one-shot Salon 3 in a row. That's not much. Let's see. Okay, I killed it. Well, she's got IP if that happens again, but I do not want to see that keep happening though, just because if Idura gets a high damage roll, he can kill her even from max health. Not enough for Glacial Blast. Idura is being too big of a jerk for me to really gain much time here, even if I kill him with this hit. Gained a little bit at least. It's good to know though that if Salon runs out of IP, I can still kill the goons before they attack if I have Maxim attack them instead of Idura. But an attack from Maxim plus a flash spell would be enough. I also passed on safety saving before leaving Parcelite. Probably helped a little bit. Something I would definitely do in a marathon type run though, just because if I fail encounter skips in the lighthouse, it gets kind of dicey because I only have 2 party members. For this particular category, the closest equivalent to a step route is these menu cancels I'm doing on the overworld to avoid encounters. It is possible to do full RNG manipulation in this game, where you can make like every fight in the game play out through a script. It's not easy to do, but at its highest level, runs of this game are fully manipulated. It certainly kind of makes the line between a speedrun and a TAS a little blurry, but I mean, to be fair, I mean, if you're you're not using anything other than extensive knowledge of how RNG in the game works. And the fact that it's very simplistically programmed in a way that makes it susceptible to manipulations. But yeah, runs like that generally aren't for me. I do like my runs to kind of have enough randomness in them to kind of make every run unique, and then also have a payoff for kind of knowing a lot about about the game and how to use the tools you have to deal with different situations as they arise. Card to see if he takes more damage, he'll build IP faster. I want him to have full IP before the final fight with Idura. Unless he takes a lot of damage from the lions, probably not too likely. Not having that IP isn't the end of the world, but certainly make the last Idura fight slower. I can't use Fatal Blow. Taking advantage of a minor glitch here where if I reset on a switch, it'll stay pressed. Fun hookshot maze here. Nice and fast. Decent luck with the enemy movements too. Not getting... I only got one unwanted fight, which is good for my time, but not good for... getting Dakar's IP back up. The category where capsule monsters matter the most is the Ancient Cave, because you start with all of the capsule monsters. There's a 100% style category that requires getting and leveling up all the capsule monsters, so they're probably used to some extent in that category. Paralyze either of them. Still no parallels. I goofed by not healing Slun, too. Really should have done that in case of the scratch. Well, Dakar got his AP at least, so there's that. Pretty terrible luck there as far as doing immobilize twice and not getting a single paralysis proc. I made a blunder too by not healing Salon. Thought I could kind of chance having her defend if needed, but it turned out no, that doesn't work. I wasn't even looking at my Gades split to 136, so yeah, I mean 133 is a good Gades 1 or Gades 2 time, like 132 would be even better. Oops. If and when the goal becomes to get a sub 4, where I would need to reset if something goes badly enough with RNG in the early game. The rules for the no manipulation category actually ban rare drops from bosses. So if I get a drop from a boss, I have to either throw it away or just pretend that it doesn't exist. The main reason for that is because of the Catfish jewel. It's a rare drop from the second boss that has a pretty significant impact on the speedrun if you get it, so kind of prevent this run from becoming about resetting until you lock into getting the Catfish jewel. The rules just ban it completely. So I really wish that this routing I did here with the ship could translate into skipping this cutscene, but if you don't watch this cutscene, then the Idura is not going to be at the end of the next tower. Really shouldn't be getting that fight because these draconian enemies don't really have randomness in their movement. It's one of those cases where it's a encounter that's kind of easy to get because the text for the floor is hiding the enemy sprite. Skipping this puzzle room completely if I do this right. I did not do this right. Stuff about it though. That time I didn't cut, Jake. Can't waste a single step, but it's pretty sensitive to bonks. One of the best sound effects in the game. Piano dissonant chord. Now we're gonna be sleep blocking him. That agility buff I just gave Maxim. Need to watch his sprite animations to see if he's waking up or not though. Nice. No gold. So bonking into the Draconian on the first floor like a doofus too. Ian, yeah, it's probably meant to be Ivan. The English translation for this game is not amazing. It gets the job done, though. Hey, Brazilian guy. Happy New Year. Breath of Fire 2 actually has what I would consider the worst translation of any Super Nintendo RPG. Breath of Fire 1's translation is fine by comparison. Well, Breath of Fire 1 doesn't have, like, major story antagonists whose name is translated differently in cutscenes and battle text. Along with, like, the words yes and no being reversed in places. And the fact that they didn't redo the translation on for the GBA port of Breath of Fire 2 is pretty appalling to how bad it was. Yep, because more or less Idura getting his pink slip from the Sinistrals for his incompetence. That would be why I really wanted Max IP and Takara going into this fight. Kind of a similar villain I like the story arc for in that regard too is Ashura from the Final Fantasy Legend games. He's the penultimate villain in Final Fantasy Legend 1. He's the villain of the first major story arc in Final Fantasy Legend 2, and then in Legend 3 he's basically a sub-boss on your way to the first major story boss. So he gets progressively demoted. I never played Tecmo Secret of the Stars, but for me it does have the distinction of being one of the only Super Nintendo RPGs that I remember ever getting a bad review from Nintendo Power. Yeah, if you want to talk about translation issues, I know that one has more than a couple too. Like the final boss is called Homunculus, which is basically means an artificial human being, as I understand it, but it's translated as Hom Cruise. Dead. That was with Tom Cruise. Well, there's a reason why when we had Tecmo Secret of the Stars and Limit Break, it was the finale of our first Wacky Games block. Well, I should say Kuso and Wacky Games block. Yeah, it's a pretty fun speedrun watch. Especially with just how kind of janky the battles in that game are when you turn off the battle animations. Short little dungeon always kind of reminds me of Earthbound. It's kind of how silly it is if you actually fall into any of the pits. Does explode for getting over 9,000. For this particular leg of the run, I need to be pretty mindful of using MP with Salon because there's a lot of warping I need to do for hitting story triggers. It's going to be a while before I just get a free MP refill tile or story event. Hey, PX, yeah. It's called Becoming the Change I Want to See in the World as far as learning to run the full game. Very, very few people do compared to the Ancient Cave, and I get why. I mean, the Cave is a much shorter time commitment, and in theory has infinite replay value too because of being a randomizer. So it's fun to troll people though, who are used to watching the Cave too, with the item jingle for getting key items too, which is the sound of iris treasures in the Cave. Yeah, I missed the very end of it, but I did. Yeah, that Mega's finally PB'd at Iris percent for the first time in many years. People not aware, Iris treasures are collectible items in the Ancient Cave mode that are very low odds. Getting all 9 of them in one file is takes a lot of good luck and grinding. Bit of a better game plan for that room as far as how to deal with the Tengu. Getting a lot of fights here, but at least I got a pretty fast opening to get out. On the slow side, but could have been much slower if the enemies had given me openings to get out. I would eventually like to try to skip having to come into this room, because this little detour here is purely to get a weapon for Guy that's very effective against the fire dragon later on. I'd like to try to figure out a alternative fire dragon strat that lets me skip the flying axe, but for now we're gonna get it. Third and final boss that'll be sleepwalking. Little bit of a shame though, because it has a an amazingly named attack called Sneeze Spreader. Yeah, Voltas. That's one thing I do want to look into. As part of that is other potential other weapons I could use. Like, my first thought was the cold rapier. I know the fire dragon is weak to ice, but the question is it too weak to actually do real damage to the dragon at that point? You the fight, but got a crit at least. Oh, Ice Vault, it's certainly worth testing at least. One thing I do like to do in that fight right now is that if I start the fight without enough IP on Slan to be able to use Weapon Weak right away, I'll have her do Trick instead, so that Maxim gets an attack boost along with Guy. So after this little series of story triggers here, we're going to be starting probably the longest dungeon in the whole run. Or as the number of rooms that you have to do in order to get to the boss. I want to say that the Shrine of Vengeance is probably longer if you include the full basement area, but you can totally skip that in a speedrun. Headed by the crab. I learned there is to speed up the second bomb going off slightly. Really be hitting that on the way out because I'm facing a better direction, and then the sword swing I think helps as far as dodging the Rose enemy afterwards. Now we get to make Lexus a very, very brief star of the show. The closest thing that this game has to kind of a step route is that when you're on the overworld, you can open the menu in order to cancel out random encounters. This game does also have a lot of potential for RNG manipulation. It's kind of like Chrono Trigger in that if you know what you're doing, you can run it one more time. You can make every fight play out following a fixed script. And it's that kind of manipulation that's not allowed in this category. If you do use it to its full extent, it saves like 45 minutes or so over the course of the full game. Why Lexus is doing so much damage is because of having a multi-attack weapon plus or a multi-hit weapon plus the undead ring, which makes him do bonus damage against undead enemies. Or I guess more specifically, it makes his weapon do holy elemental damage, which basically all undead in the game are weak to. That room better than the previous one. Hey, Wolf Games. This is a pretty challenging speed run. Yeah, if you play this game normally, it's I don't think it's really that difficult for by RPG standards. If you're actually fighting a lot of stuff and leveling up more, then I don't think it's really that difficult overall. Happy New Year as well. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, you're generally gonna get stuck more in some of the puzzle rooms than the bosses when you play this game for the first time. I probably owe most of that time loss. Well, I just owe that time loss to failed enemy skips in the dungeon because the soldiers fight was pretty fast. Yeah, soundtrack is really, really good. Does the monster sprite work? But yeah, overall, I would put this game up there with other top-level Super Nintendo RPGs like Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger. It's a shame this game isn't quite as well known as the others. I guess if I wanted to buy Ice Valk to use against the Fire Dragon, I would do it right there. Wait, where? That definitely fell off here. Which room am I going to? Not the king. Unfortunately, it probably cost me about 15 seconds or so. Not go to the king until after the dungeon. So this particular walk, I want to be pretty conservative with my menu cancels because there's assassins on the overworld. No, I have not played any Dragon Warrior Monsters games. I do know of them, and I've seen speedruns of them. I played most of the mainline Dragon Quest games, but I haven't played any of the Monsters games yet. Maybe someday I will. Hey Paul, thanks for luck. Hope you and Emily had a happy New Year's. Really careful here too, just because these are ninjas, which are very, very, very deadly. '23 is a good year for everybody. They needed. Get a pretty fun skip to do in this next room. Just walk over the pit like it's no big deal. That's the last ninja. Hey, Biscuits, happy New Year. Thanks, Chrono. That was a good dungeon, but lost some time because of a derp in the story sequence leading up to it. Back to the king unnecessarily. Definitely would have saved some time otherwise. Comes back to retrieve the sapphire too. More conservative with my overworld encounter cancels to avoid risk of assassins, or assassins as they're mistranslated as. Yes, me, this is one of the more underrated parts of the soundtrack. I do like how it's pretty subtle, but has kind of a nice, hopeful theme to it. Could call that a nice kind of cross English-Japanese pun then, I guess. Jin. Yeah, they forgot to, the censors forgot to censor that cross. Hey, Tin. Oh, is it, Baby Tin's bedtime now? Yes. There's a dungeon called the Shrine of Vengeance. My split name is Venge Ghost, coming up where I have 3 minutes to save. In my PB, I had a really rough time with an encounter skip. The encounter itself cost me a lot of trouble, and then it snowballed into trouble with the boss too. So yeah, that's the split where I have the most time to save of the whole run, but I mean, I'm still at the point where there's just lots of little time to save just from executing better and not triggering dialogue I don't need here. Pay better attention to when my characters regroup at the end of that cutscene. This next boss is pretty rough RNG behind it. It's not that bad as far as dying, but dying is possible. Hey Fred, thank you very much for the Leslie Nielsen love. I do highly recommend playing this game though. It's I put it up there with Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger as far as Super Nintendo RPG goodness. It's very unique too as far as having Zelda-style puzzle rooms, kind of like these here. No, I have not played any Suikoden games yet. If you even have, you have a hook shot like that, and you have infinite bombs too. Alright, so I'm going to be using terror balls, which give me a 50-50 chance to insta-kill gargoyles, but if I fail enough times, especially on the first turn, then it gets a little dicey. I'd really like to kill at least one of them before they attack, which sadly didn't happen. Now I hope that they spread out their attacks and don't kill, in particular don't kill Salon. Hey, Ariksuka, Happy New Year to you as well. Oh, come on. Lexus is leaving after this fight, so him being dead isn't too problematic. Two more chances. Alright. That was horrendously slow, but didn't die at least. Used literally all 13 of my terror balls, which means 9 misses. it's unfortunate, but again, I do have 3 minutes to save on the Venge Goes segment if that goes well. A little disappointing to not be ahead at this point, but and it's also unfortunately not looking super good as far as getting sub 410, but getting APB is absolutely still on the table. But now our party is about to achieve its final form, too. This is going to be the party we rock with for the rest of the game. Arty. Goal by the plant enemy there. Kind of the main puzzle of this dungeon is this hookshot puzzle room, which we'll be going through a total of 3 times. That's by choice, though. Like, I could get through this with only one, or with only 2. One to get the key, and then to get to the boss. But we do a 3rd trip through to get the rocket ring here, which is a really nice speed boosting ring. It's going to help for a couple bosses as far as making certain characters faster in the boss. Candle, these torches lighting up as you walk past always reminds me of Super Castlevania 4, approaching Dracula's room. Do it again here. Yeah, or go. Yeah, exactly. Or you're going up to fight Magus and Chrono Trigger. Yes, I did. I played Lagoon as a kid, and it was a bit of a rough experience, because I managed to make it all the way to the final boss, and then find out on the 6th and final phase that I'd missed a sword that I needed to actually be able to damage the final phase of the final boss. I don't think Lagoon is a great game, but I mean, I think it's alright, and I think it's funny, too, as far as, like, how short your sword is. I've honestly been kind of meaning to play it again at some point, too, just to get revenge for my childhood, just because I never actually beat it and when I rented it as a kid, because of, again, making it to the final boss and missing the sword that you need to finish the game. If you know what you're doing, it's a pretty short game, too. Like, I know the speedrun record is like an hour and a half or so. That's without, like, any major glitches or anything. Yeah, the soundtrack's pretty decent, too, for Lagoon. Yeah, if and when I ever get back to doing casual streams, I'm definitely considering doing a revenge playthrough of Lagoon. I mean, that's what I was meaning when I talked about how it's a really funny game too, just because of how short your sword is. Kind of more like, it looks more like a butter knife than a sword. Come on. Alright, kind of at the mercy of the RNG there as far as waiting for the wizard to teleport to my other side so I can get past. Oh, yeah, I never really thought about that, but yeah, the shortness of the sword and Moon Crystal is definitely a thing too. Alright, so this screen right here is where I lost 3 minutes in my PB. I didn't really respect that teleporting wizard enough, and it kept catching me over and over again and killing characters, which then set me back for the boss. I mean, the boss is very, very easy if you have good IP going in. If you do not have good IP going in, then it's not fast. Did you ever beat Moon Crystal, by the way, Ted? I know you tried a couple times and had some issues with, I think, the 3rd stage boss, the Count. I gotcha. If you do try it again, and someday I do recommend playing with the English patch, because it does have some decent cutscenes as far as the story writing. Really? Did I forget to stun the guy or something? I can do this as a backup. Oh, yeah, it's ate into my time savings a little bit. Certainly could have been worse. Hey, Pfizer. Happy 2023 to you as well, sir. It's a bad one to get ambushed by. And that really sucks too, because Salon as my main damage dealer for Venge Ghost. If I don't bonk, there should be zero risk of getting that fight, so that's really on me. I guess there isn't really a point in front rowing Salon anymore because she doesn't have IP. Yeah, if I have good IP going in and I don't get a bad pattern from Venge Ghost, I can kill him in one turn. That would be a bad pattern. How did it outspeed Artie? I'm glad he didn't do anything. So gaining 1 minute instead of 3 between the Dullahan room and then Salon getting killed. Because yeah, if Salon has IP going in, her IP attack does about half of Venge Ghost's max health and damage. And again, I can kill it in 1 turn if everything goes according to plan. So sub 410 definitely not happening at this point, but getting APB it definitely still is possible. The last hour goes well enough. Little hole in the fence there. Works out conveniently for me, probably less convenient for like animals and predators and stuff sneaking into town. Maxim, what's going to be his final sword? Yeah, I really like that too. That the characters having different tones for their text drawing out. It's kind of a nice. It's a nice way to give the characters a little different personality. And when it's a Super Nintendo game and you can't do stuff like expressive sprite animations and voice acting and stuff you can do with modern games. Yeah, and I do like how Gaia, also in addition to that, also has different font colors for different characters too. Like Kara has pink text, Will has yellow, and so on. Yeah, the crystal wand is for mostly for the Sinistrals, because it lets Artie do Holy Energy, which is a Holy Elemental IP attack. The Zirco Rod is for the tank, primarily. Because it does heavy type damage, which is the tank's only real weakness. And it works out in the late game here that I'm getting enough money from boss fights that I can afford to spend money on weapons that I'm only going to use for one fight in a few cases. And going to the shops to buy the stuff isn't really that far out of the way too. All these towns I visited during this leg of the run, and I eventually have to go to for story reasons. Hey, Roadster, Happy New Year to you too. Need to get to the chests. I like to call this the mosh pit room. How many big enemies there are here. Love that bear sprite, by the way. Optimally, you should never see it, because there's no required fights with bears, but, never that disappointed if we get to see the glory of the Thunder Bear. Yeah, mosh pit. What I call that large room there. Set here to get these out of the way. Ah! Finger slipped and I pressed left instead of down. How fast the movement is in this game, that's kind of a double-edged sword too, where just bonking into walls and NPCs and stuff cause issues as far as, like in situations like this, other enemies getting a lot more moves off than you want them to. played Bravely Default 2 last year, and I'm struggling to remember what the Halls of Tribulation are. Is that a side quest or something? Oh, it's okay. It's removing the limits and the final job abilities. Gotcha. I do remember some of those ultimate abilities being really, really broken too. This is a very, very dangerous fight if you do it as intended. We're actually fighting the dragons. If you choose them with dragon teeth like this, then it's a joke. A little bit of a rough time with the mosh pit room, but it's 2 seconds. Yeah, I kind of hear you there. I mean, I very thoroughly enjoyed my playthrough of it, but I don't really have much desire to play it again. Some very, very dangerous overworld encounters on this island, so I'm gonna be very, very conservative with my menu cancels. Sanic ring. You definitely want to respect this Hydra enemy, because that can, I've learned the hard way that you can just flat out game over to that if you fight it. These levels. Hey, nice. It's a mini mosh pit room. Pretty fast. Oh, yeah, I didn't really have it in me to try to, like, max level all the jobs and all the characters, but I did definitely get all of the jobs. And, remove the ability limits and all of them. That was pretty good. My holidays tend to be pretty low-key, don't really do, like, really elaborate family stuff, but had a nice Christmas with my dad. Had a pretty chilled New Year's. Alright, now for this puzzle, which is gonna be a long time before I'll ever feel ready to try to do this without notes. You have pretty much zero margin for error. To briefly say hi to the world's most difficult trick. Sliding block puzzle, but the fastest solution for it is like 116 moves as far as why it's called the world's most difficult trick. Hidora is the mistranslation for Hydra, by the way. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, it was pretty cold where I live too around Christmas. Not really anymore. So Salon having died, the Shrine of Vengeance means basically zero chance she's gonna have enough IP to do Weapon Week right away. Oh, she does? Okay. That is unexpected. So this largely makes it so that the dragon can't one-shot me with physical attacks. Wake up, Maxim. Fit 14 to 64. Yikes. I mean, I live in the central U.S. and our weather is pretty wild during the spring and fall too. But it's been quite. I think it's been quite a while since it's been that wild. Hey, Daniel. Ooh. I forget what 20C is. I know 30 and above is very hot, though. Happy New Year. Okay, so it's pleasant then. Probably the second main thing I do not want to see besides the bite attack is drowsy. It's because this dragon cheats and its sleep attack can also causes damage. This is more what we want to see, even though the animation is kind of slow, because it gives me IP and doesn't kill me. Able to kill it this turn, I think. And Guy and Maxim don't go to sleep. It didn't really feel mega fast, but I guess my gold fire dragon split isn't really that good yet. Yeah, it's been very, very, very unseasonably warm where I live for being for late December, early January. Like it was in the 50s Fahrenheit last week. It's very, very rare. Usually it's more like the teens and 20s for highs. Yep. Referee had this got reminded of similar glories earlier too. How the Mermaid Queen is able to just swim over the side of her throne like that. He blows us off. But like with Venge Ghost, this can be an extremely fast fight if things go well. Not what we want to see, though. Alright, good. I believe so. I've never actually tried it, but I would assume if you could just instantly kill the ghost ship with a miracle that the speedrun route would do so. Same with Venge Ghost. Like, the optimal route does not get any miracles at all other than the ones early in the game that you sell for cash. But getting 2 extra miracles along the way is fairly minor detours, and I would assume if you could use those to good effect against undead bosses, then you would. So we're coming up on another sign that the North American version of this game wasn't QA tested particularly well. Because they kind of completely destroyed the shrine tile set. Why, if you play this game casually, I would recommend using a bug fix patch. North America version of this game has a lot of mostly minor like graphical and text glitches, but they do kind of drag down the experience a bit. Yeah, playing this game as a kid, I wasn't really sure what to think about this, but I did think that like Maxim and Deus are communicating telepathically or something, but nope. If you actually can see what's going on, Deus is in fact there. All right, you have yourself a good night, Tim. Thanks for stopping by. You get some nice sleep tonight. The other notable room that's glitched out like that is the bottom floor of the ancient cave. Hey, Retro Mako Star, come in. Yeah, the animation for Doom Island destroying Shade kind of reminds me of the Luminaire spell from Chrono Trigger, but thematically, yeah. Reminds me very much of Kafka doing his thing. Oh, and the glitchy goodness doesn't stop there, by the way, too. Because even though we were talking about going to Grazi Kingdom to steal a tank engine, we are in fact going to '3Y Kingdom to steal a tank engine. I do love how if you save your game here, by the way, to the location for your save files, it says '3Y Kingdom as well. Maybe Bart and Birdie stole the sign that says "Welcome to Grazi Kingdom" or something, as far as how they got into prison. Oh, the Dutch version was glitchy too. I know the like the the German and most of the other PAL versions fix a lot of the worst of the glitches. Not want to mess with gold golems. They will steal all of your lunch money. Oh yeah, like I know the German version of Secret of Mana did some kind of wacky things, like it completely invented new names for all of the mana spirits, among other things. Oh, you're talking about the translation. Okay, I gotcha. Form eyes, yeah, that's kind of a special name, what they're supposed to be called. Alright, not a bad basement fights. I had a close call with the gold golem at the start. It's time to get everybody the stuff together. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. I did just headbutt a tank. Yeah, well, yeah, like the prime example that I'm familiar with for that is from Final Fantasy VII, where the blue magic spell Aqua Breath in the Japanese version became Aqua Lung in the US version, and then it became Scaphandre in the French version, which I think is French for scuba tank. So it was pretty clear that the French version was made from the US version instead of from the Japanese version directly. this guy Arsec, the classic. Pretty good tank fight, I said and done. Could have done without having to res Maxim, but have to deal with too many single target attacks. And right here, I always like to think of the self-destruct switch for Apostrophe 3Y Kingdom being where you'd find a garage door opener in a normal house, given he walks through the door and then like less than 5 seconds later it starts exploding. Alright, so the way things are going, if I do very, very well for the next 25 minutes, could potentially squeeze out a 412. That's about the best I can hope for at this point, though. Hey, Team Murdoch, yes. I'm the next to last run of the marathon, too, which is pretty hype. Especially since that also means that this run will be at European-friendly hours, too, which is one thing I was hoping for my slot. That this game is a nice fan base in Europe. Happy New Year to you as well. Yep, I do indeed have tomorrow off. I think Valkyrie Elysium, I think, is the finale, which I will not be able to watch because I have not played that yet, and I do intend to. But I am looking forward to seeing it after playing the game. Yeah, I'm not really too sure what to expect for MSX Dragon Quest II, and I honestly didn't even know that there were Dragon Quest games on the MSX. Because I mean, like most non-Japanese people, the only thing I really know the MSX for is Metal Gear. But yeah, I believe that the name of that category is like a password that does weird things to the game. The 3-pack is not what I want to see, though. That slows this down a bit. At least they're all in the front row, though. What really stinks is if the Lich is in the back row, then it might take 3 hits. Yep. Well, I got a Gorgon Rock drop in practice the other day. the fights here. I've gotten the old sword like once or twice in practice too, but never in an actual run. I think the old sword is a bigger deal than the Gorgon Rock too. Since I do not have enough IP to do Berserker at all, I think I'll do a Holy Energy with Maxim. Oh, Switch Guy in Salon, okay. Yeah, I do that for the white dragons, but yeah, I guess it never really occurred to me to do that for that fight too. Hello, Vigades. Can a guy give me a Gades blade drop there? Better. Despite using IP, that wasn't super fast, but I am set up pretty nicely for Ammon now. We did a lot of destructive waves. Next to the town instead. Getting some armor for Salon that gives her complete status protection to everything except instant death. I believe in the Japanese version there's some glitch where you can actually skip picking up the girls for some or all of the towers. Number 2, okay. Oh, interesting. I could have sworn I've forgotten to pick up at least one of the girls once and just gotten to the top of the tower and then nothing happens. Password reset. Oh, interesting. Okay. Definitely see the value there. That was the exact same formation, and I didn't have to do a physical attack to finish it. Ammon always does Chaos Wave on the first turn, so queue up a Shriek in case Guy gets confused. Ideally what we want to see is Galactic Lancer, because that's his fastest animation, but as long as he doesn't punch somebody, that's okay though. Should be dead, but that's it. I almost certainly would have died if I didn't fully energied with RD. Yeah. Yeah. Salon gets a Sinistral kill to her name at least. So, it's low 413, probably best case at this point. I would think I would have had to have saved more time on the first two towers to have 412 pace be a thing. Definitely doesn't help. Not really sure if doing this or doing Dragon Teeth is better for this fight when there's only 2. There's 3, it's definitely Dragon Teeth. Final save. Not final boss yet, though. We're a little ways away from that. Alright, have a good one, Rotor Storm. Thanks for stopping by. Happy New Year's again. Danger noise, is that Aram's attack that you shouldn't see if you kill her when on cycle or something? No, Aram has some attacks that you normally don't see. I know that she has some bugged out attacks, or at least a bugged out attack too, that the bug fix patch I did my last casual playthrough on fixed. Right before the fade out, you see all the dragons running away from Dakar. Say I blame them. Played Lufia 1, this is a very, very big throwback to the prologue. The game gives you full IP at the start of each Sinistral fight, so that, to be honest, makes this kind of an underwhelming final series of bosses in a casual playthrough, but just to get epic music and sprite work. Yep, we fight this guy 4 times in this game, and this is the last one. Yeah, I'm losing time because of that dragon encounter in the tower. No, we're gonna be done after this run. Just one of my 2023 goals is to do at least one, for me, daytime stream a month. Yep, check the box for January on the first day. Might do this again next weekend though, because next Sunday I don't really have anything planned besides streaming as of now. Not always the case. Galactic Lancers to save me a few seconds in animation time. The main bit of randomness in this fight is if Lon dies to Aram's devastation wave in the first turn, right? And she did. Welcome back, Pyro Hedge. Champion isn't gonna quite heal Guy up to full here, so I do Valor instead. Lost a little because of having to res Salon. Sure, we'll totally see Arc the Absolute after this, right? We're almost there, but don't make me turn this run around. Now, there will be a run back next Sunday. His hand is his only weapon. I don't want to see his guy getting punched there. Somehow survives and kills Guy, it's not the end of the world. He somehow survived and killed Guy, but it wasn't the end of the world. So That was the final boss, but we got a little more to do before the run's over. As far as jamming out to some pretty sweet music, of course. You little hoochies! Could be a high 413 of some kind. Apparently my, either my stat growth or my damage rolls were not great on Deus, which is why he got an extra attack off, and it took an extra turn to kill him, but I don't think that should be enough to make me not get a 413. Hey, that's probably the biggest reason that I've heard people say that they've had for playing Lufia 1 nowadays, is wanting to know where the story goes next. The gameplay hasn't aged super well for Lufia 1, but the story is really good. Music hype? Yes, where am I going? We'll be seeing Tia again very soon. Alright, 4:13:53. Gee. Not a terribly amazing time or anything, but first PB of 2023. Thanks the GGs, everybody. Alright, so yeah. This game wrecked me pretty hard. First few times I played it, with how bittersweet the ending is. Cap, so yeah, the first couple splits in this run were pretty decent. Like, this was my my first run where I skipped the level 2 grind in the tutorial dungeon, because I did some testing last night, and it didn't really seem to matter, really, for whether or not I hit level 2 before the first required fight in the Cave to Sundleton or not. So I think I'm just going to keep doing that. No, well, Guy and RD made it out. Dakar and yeah, and Lexus are fine too. It's only Maxim and Salon that perished. Oh, true. Yeah. Well, they had to haul a guy out of the out of Doom Island and take him to the church. Yeah, if you play Lufia 1, though, Guy and RD don't really have kind of the greatest times in that game. Alright, so then, I'm still taking the extra horse fights in Alun's basement just to try to guarantee level 8 Tia for Regal Goblin. That's pretty much I feel like the last kind of safety routing that I'm going to hang on to. Like, I don't really see myself giving that up until the goal is sub 4 hours. Because in addition to making Regal Goblin safer, that does give me some extra cash for spending on stuff for Camu as well. So I know I never actually put Regal Goblin to sleep, but for a 0 sleep run, I had a decent enough fight as far as the luck I got with who got punched on which turns. I had kind of a weird Camu fight where he spammed the crap out of his sleep attack, and he only called a goon once. Honestly not too sure why I saved so much time on Fire Dagger, which is the Tanbell Tower revisit. Like, I don't know, maybe I failed an encounter skip in there in my PB or something. Tarantula was kind of a jerk, as is often the case. Not really remembering specifics beyond that. The clown split was okay enough. I think I screwed up the sliding platform puzzle a little bit as far as doing an extra move cycle. I didn't need to, but it was okay enough outside that. I don't remember too much about Gordovon Tower. Clearly it was alright enough if I golded it. My shopping in Eric's Village wasn't too amazing. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Actually, I lost a chunk of Fire Dagger IP damage because of summoning a baby spider right before I did it. And then I didn't get any more off because the Tarantula just didn't really attack Guy that much outside of Poison Showers. So yeah, probably the single biggest reason why it wasn't really that fast. So yeah, I know I bit with the movement pattern I got for the enemies in the Cave Bridge basement. I just rolled with the odds of getting a surprise attack, and I did, but it wasn't really that costly. But yeah, the time loss was more just from some sloppy shopping menuing beforehand. The mummies were a little trolly as far as killing Tia, and then I had to burn like 2 extra turns to revive and then heal her before going into trolls. Rolls were okay though, nothing really went wrong there. Oh yeah, Dakar died to Gades II, which is a first. That was mostly on me, just because I opted not to heal him really until it was too late. Thanks to the GG. Yeah, Idura 1 summoned a lot of goons, although I did kind of just learn in this run, though, that if I run out of IP from Salon, I can do Bolt plus or do Flash plus a Maxim attack to kill them, or they attack in most cases. Lion sucked a lot. I did 2 immobilizes and didn't paralyze a single lion the whole fight. But because the Lions fight dragged on, that resulted in Dakar getting his IP back that he lost on Gades II. If that hadn't happened, I probably wouldn't have had enough for a Fatal Blow on Idura 3. A little surprised I golded Idura 2, given that I know I failed the puzzle room skip near the end, but I guess I must have gotten all the rest of the encounter skips okay. I'm kind of blanking on what happened in Carlin Shrine. I'm assuming probably just a failed encounter skip or two. I'm kind of a middling tier burn sword room on the Flower Mountain because the enemies gave me pretty good opening to get out fast, but I got into a lot of fights with them just because I got a good opening, but I didn't really have good positioning to stun them as I was going. So I just kind of opted just to take some encounters, but have guaranteed getting out of the room fast in spite of that, so yeah. Dunkirk dungeon, I don't remember terribly well. I know I got 2 fights in the Shadow Bridge room. Northeast Tower, I made a mistake with the talk to the king when I didn't need to, so even though I had a good actual dungeon, I lost a little time there because of that. I had a horrible gargoyles fight. I mean, about as bad as it can go without wiping. I know I had I think 8 or 9 messes with terror balls. That minute time loss there is pretty much exclusively just from bad terror ball luck. Don't remember the Divine Shrine terribly well. For the Shrine of Vengeance, I messed up my I bonked when I was going into the carpet puzzle room, and then got a fight with the sorcerers in there, which killed Salon, and then cost me a bunch of time on Venge Ghost. So I guess we're going now from having 3 minutes to save there to 2 minutes now. White Dragons, I guess, was okay enough. Fire Dragon, I know. I think I probably mostly saved time there because I didn't safety save in Shade before going to the mountain. My dragon fight definitely could be faster. I don't think anybody died, but I had some issues with people getting put to sleep and stuff. So, or actually, you know what? I think the dragon killed Maxim on 1 turn. So yeah. Ghost ship and tank split. I think we're okay enough. I think I died to the tank once, but nothing really else to complain about. And like maybe 2 or 3 failed encounter skips in the final towers. Salon died to Aram, and then either some bad luck either with stat growth or with damage rolls on Deos, so that it took an extra turn. But yeah, let's see what my sum of best is down to now. 402 flat, because yeah, besides getting new PBs, my my other main goal for this run right now is to get my sum of best below 4 hours. Slowly but surely chipping away at it. I think it was like a some kind of 403, I want to say, before this run. Forward in time, flashback to the start of Lufia 1 here. This game is a prequel. We're chilling a little bit more here, then we will get our final stats, and then it'll be time to send you fine folks off to another channel. So yeah, thanks so much everybody for tuning in to the first stream and the first PB of 2023. If you're new here, definitely appreciate you stopping by. This is the main the main game and run I'm planning to work on for the next couple months. In particular because I got accepted to run it for a online RPG marathon called Questing for Glory in about a little over 1 month from now. There's the full schedule for the marathon right there, along with when my run is going to be. I've thought about Chrono Cross a few times. Really, the main issue I have is just the length of the run relative to how much I enjoy the game. It was more like a 4-ish hour run, definitely, but 7-ish hours is pushing it. I mean, not that just a 7-hour run isn't really in and of itself a deal breaker for me, but it's just kind of I don't really quite like enjoy Chrono Cross kind of enough to want to put basically a full day into doing a speed run of it, if that makes sense. Final Fantasy X is in the same boat too, where I love the game and I love the speedrun of it, but a full day for doing a speedrun is a bit much. I know there's a cutscene remover category for the PC version now, but I don't know. I've never. All of my nostalgia for the game is for the original version. That is a good question. I honestly don't know yet. I mean, as far as RPGs, I honestly don't know what I want to do next after this. I do want to get back to Final Fantasy IV No Stairs Glitch runs at some point because I have unfinished business there. But yeah, honestly, I'll have to do some thinking about what other new stuff I want to pick up. I would like to eventually learn some more non-RPG runs too, but we'll see what future brings. So yeah, we got our final stats after that. It's the number of deaths for each character. It's pretty uncommon for Dakar to ever die, but I pushed my luck a bit harder than I probably should have on Gades 2. 4:05 final in-game time. 37 escapes. I know a really, really clean run would have the number of escapes in the teens. And Ancient Cave stats, which are all 0. Go to the Ancient Cave in this file.